Hey guys, welcome to this mouse watercolor pencil tutorial. I really hope that you like this one. Remember to post in the Facebook group the outcomes of this one because I would love to see. We're using an embossing tool for some of those whiskers and the hairs on the head, and make sure to have a really sharp pencil when you're going in with those little final details and the second layers. So let's get started. Okay, so let's get started with this mouse. I've just put some tracing paper here just because I don't want to rub away any of the outline. It's very faint and I just don't want to be careful not to lean on it. It's just easier to put it there. So what we're going to do is use the black and go around the outline of this right hand eye. I'm not going to erase anything at the moment because it's pretty black to start with. Okay, so using the black, we're just going to go around the outline. Make sure to use the sharpest point. Around here. Down here. And then there's like a really white bit just in this bottom left-hand corner. I'm really, just feeling this lighter blue a little bit more. So we'll go into this lighter area, the blue, the light ultramarine, just all over this. And then some of the phthalo blue, just up here. It's getting it a bit darker. Okay, and then we can do a little bit of the phthalo blue up in here. In this section, and then a little bit up in here. So just dipping it in and then rubbing it off on the side of the glass, and then you can even just rub it off a little bit on your hand to make sure it's not too wet. And then we're just going to activate this really gently because we don't want it to move the color around too much. We just want it to activate to get it nice and wet and saturating the paper, but we don't want it to be pushing around too much at this point because it's not what we're going for. And then into the black. See how much like water you need? You really don't need that much water. And I'm just using the very tip of the brush to wet this down. And And remember, like now we've gone into the black, there'll be black on the brush. So we don't want to go sort of into any of the light areas until we clean it off. So just doing the darkest areas for now. Really gently taking your time. Over here. So we did that whole section just with that small amount. So then I'll just brush off the black on my paper. And then wet it again, rub it off on the side of the glass again. Oh, I'm so annoyed I didn't push that. I've got too many things going on. Oh. So while we wait for that one to dry, we can just move on to the next one. So remember to have a really sharp point on your pencil and use the very tip of your brush when you're putting it down. Okay, so we'll move on to the other eye. And I've just put a bit of tracing paper here, just so I'm not leaning on everything else. And we're just gonna have to sort of lean over this eye. So the other eye is quite brown, which we can use some of the burnt sienna, I think. It's lovely. Okay, so let's use the sharp point of the black. This bottom line is really, really thin, so use the very, very sharp tip. And then up here. Okay, so just mapping out where you can see the darkest areas. Go in here really lightly with the black. Okay, so we'll go some of the burnt ochre just to keep it nice and light. A bit of black up here. Okay, light ultramarine just over here. So here, we'll go some of the burnt sienna. just on like around the edges, try to keep that middle bit lighter. Remember as well, like you can always go lighter, not darker, but going lighter is harder, so it's easier, it's better to make it lighter and then you can end up getting darker if you need to. And then, so this colour under here is some of like a orangey tone, so we use some of the burnt ochre. And then maybe some coral, because it's just a little bit pink in here. And then some phthalo blue in the eye. Black. Really, really lightly. So black in here. Around here with the black. Burnt sienna. Phthalo blue. Burnt sienna. Okay, and then we're going to blend it down really nicely. Getting the small paintbrush. So what we're doing is rubbing it on the side of the glass, rubbing it on our hand, blip blip, just to get the water off, because you really just need really minimal amounts. So then we're going into the lighter section. Really try hard not to drag that darker section over. Go into some of the blue. And then into this oranger section. And then what I'm doing is just wiping it on my hand. So that will just get rid of the just cleaning it off a little bit. Okay, and then around the edge, around the black. Really, really lightly up here. And then in here. Okay, so I think we need to bring this blue up a little bit. A little bit more water. Okay, and then I'm just going to go into here, try and move the colour out a little bit to keep it light. So just rubbing over it and then rubbing it on my hand, rubbing over it, rub it away just to clean it. Okay, and then we'll be able to fine that up with the black pencil when we go back over it. So let's go around here with the white. So we'll do some cold grey 2. Dab away some of this. All the way around here. So just doing some like little lines up here just to put in a little bit of that texture, add a little bit of the colour but not making it too saturated just yet. Okay, and then we need to add in, see this is a little bit yellow, and if you did the D tutorial, you know how I feel about yellow. Like we'll use a little bit, maybe the dark Naples yellow, ochre, dark Naples ochre, but I feel like as soon as you use yellow, it's just everything's yellow. So just do a couple of lines here, a couple of lines here, a couple of lines here. I just feel like yellow goes really far, which is good, but not when you don't want it too yellow. And then we can do a little bit of the light ultramarine in here, some little lines. Couple in here, it's a little bit blue under here. Oh my god, that dog, so loud. Okay, so then we'll wet that down with the brush. So rubbing it on the side of the glass, wipe it off a little bit. And then we'll just go over really lightly. Make sure to definitely stay out of the black, because the black will transfer. If you put your brush into the black like I did just then, just wipe it off. So you could wipe it just on your little bit of paper or on your hand. I usually just use, it's just right there. Yeah. Under here. Oh. Okay. Cute. Oh my god, that dog. Alright, and then on the left hand side, it's very white, very yellow. So we'll do the same sort of thing with the warm grey too. So we'll dab away a bit of this. Maybe go cold grey too. So the same with other tutorials that we've done with the watercolour. On the edges it's very like light and that. But the problem is that we're not going to put a background in, so if we don't make this dark enough then you won't really see it and it'll look a bit silly. So we're just going to put in this cold grey and then we can go over again with the yellow. So again, really, really light, just around here. Okay, and then we're going to wet that down with the water. Really, really lightly. That's good. I think it's working better that we're just putting in like little bits of the yellow rather than glazing it down. But we just need to put in the fur around the face and then we can see how this is looking, because we may need to get darker or lighter or whatever. Okay, so I think wait for that to dry a bit more. So what we need to do is get the black and we'll just sharpen this. My black's a bit like crumbly on this side, which is a bit annoying because it's gonna break more. Okay, so let's go around this eye with the black, get darker. So I'm using pretty hard pressure, not real hard, but just pretty hard. Up here. Into this section. get this shape right. So this around here, go around these little grey bits, get them the right size. Okay, and then we'll get the Faber blue, actually the black, and we'll just pull this up a little bit. Needs to come up a little bit. Do some little dots, and then some of the Faber blue up here to get a little bit darker. So in here, make this white section a bit smaller, get the right shape, push it in, and then go over really lightly with the black to help to darken that. Okay, and then we can get the white and go in here. Then here. Okay. Black around this bit. A little bit darker here. A little bit more light ultramarine. Blend that down a bit. Back over with the white. Okay, black. Okay, and then maybe just the white, and we'll do a little bit down here, because I feel like there's like a little bit of a white waterline, and then underneath that do a black line. Okay, and then back over to this other eye. Hopefully it's dry by now. Black. Flick that out. This light darker section at the top is more of a brown tone, so I'm going to use some of the Van Dyke brown. Just need to sharpen this. Sharpening it. Okay, and then using the Van Dyke brown, we'll go around the top here, so it's more of a brown. down the bottom that's pretty brown. Black. Okay, darker here. And then some of the phthalo blue. Light ultramarine. Black. Let's get a bit darker. Yeah, and then we'll do a little bit more of the burnt sienna. Black. Black. Okay. Let's go with, so I'm just going to use the brush and try and pull this dark a bit up. Okay. Okay. Beautiful little eyes in, so now we can probably put in the nose and then do all of the fur up to the top of the head or an ear. Okay, so let's start at the ear first. So what we're going to do is use our embossing tool, the really small end. Just make sure it's nice and clean. So there's sort of a big white hair through the middle. So we'll put that in. Oh, it goes up a bit further than that. Ugh, that was a bad shape. Oh well. And then a couple over here. You don't want to go over the graphite too much because it will just push it into the page. And because it's quite light up here, we don't want it to be too obvious. So a couple of hairs here. And then there's a couple coming out here which don't overlap anyway. So then we'll go in with some of the cold grey too. Just going to start sharpening them as we go because most of mine need to sharpen. Erase some of this. So this is all pretty much the same width going up. Up here. Okay, and so we'll do maybe a little bit. Let's just look at the cream and see how I feel about that. Yeah, I think the cream will be good because it's very pale. Just around here, not too much, just give it that sort of yellowy hue. We'll swatch that one down. Maybe do a little bit of the cream in the middle here. We'll do some of the cold grey one in the middle, so just lightly on the side. And then some of the coral. So it's quite pink down here. So some lines to start this sort of texture. Like that. We'll go a little bit of the cadmium orange in here. Let's go some of the warm grey too on this brown section. So a little bit here. And then we'll go some of the raw umber. Van Dyke brown. And then little lines. warm grey too. Back over here. Go again with the cold grey one, cold grey 2. Let's get a couple more layers here. A little bit more coral. Really thin this out. Up here. A little bit of the cream again. A little bit of the cadmium orange. Let's go with a burnt sienna in this brown bit. Okay. Let's get the water and blend. So around the edge. There, and then this pink. In here. So just really trying to go around these embossed lines. It's good to have a small brush. And then start in the lightest section. Okay. Yellow is always too yellow, killing me. That's okay, we can go over with more pink once it dries. Dry, and then let's go around to this other ear. Let's move this bit of paper over. Alright, so embossing tool. So there's a hair that goes from here just up to around here. It's not much really to just put a few little lines in there. They're all pretty brown though. So we'll go the cold grey too and do the outside. All the way around here. Let's do some lines up here. So in here we'll just do some lines to start this texture. And there's like a lighter section here. Do some lines up here. Okay, and then we'll do some of the warm grey too in this section. Up here. Burnt ochre. Some lines here. We'll do a little bit of the burnt, the cadmium orange. So here, cadmium orange. So just where we can see this orange, we'll put this in. And this coral colour, we'll do the pink. Here. So it goes around in here. We'll do a little bit of the coral in here. We'll do some of the cream as well down the bottom here. And around the side, and then some cream up here. This is like where the light is hitting the fur. So up like this. We'll get a little bit darker with the burnt sienna. Just some burnt sienna up here. Start this little bit of fur coming up. We'll get a little bit darker in here with the burnt sienna too. Its darkest section is. Let's go the burnt ochre, because it's more of an orangey tone than it is of a yellowy tone, this brown. Let's just do some lines going this way. Lines going down here. And then this colour, it's like a light Van Dyke brown, isn't it? So what we'll do is go in and put a little bit more of the warm grey 2. I love my warm grey 1s and 2s, don't I? 1s and 3s. But the only one I have is the 2. So we'll do it all here. So let's go a little bit of coral. A little bit of cream. Warm grey 2. So leave this lighter section this way. Let's go some Van Dyke Brown. Little lines in here. So we're going to go lightly in here. Just really lightly. Really light dots around this darker section. Cadmium orange. Van Dyke Brown. Warm grey too. Okay, so there's a bit of a, like it comes out here and then goes up like this. So I'm just going to erase a little bit to give it that shape. I've gone out too far. Cold grey too. Okay, let's wet this down. All the way around. Wet it, clean it off, and then go into the yellow. Into this Okay, I think we're pretty close with this colour. We just need to get it a bit darker when it dries. Down here. So we have that bright yellow hue in there, and this definitely needs to come a lot smaller, this section, but we can do that after. Okay, good base layer. Okay, so this side is dried now, so we'll go back in with the coral. And so there's some lighter sections, so what we're going to do is just use the coral really lightly on the side and do some like little lines and shading back into it this way. Blend this over just lightly on the side as well so that we can keep this emboss line in. Bit more heavier around the side, and then we'll just blend over here. Darker here, and we'll do some lines to keep this, like to give that white bit overlapping. Little lines here. Maybe a little bit of the cadmium orange here. and then white. Blend this down a little bit, and also this. Little lighter sections. We'll go around the edge a little bit with the raw umber. Around here. Here. Okay. Cute, and then more white if it needs to be smoother. Let's do a little bit of the burnt ochre. And then Van Dyke brown. Alright, so Van Dyke brown. Okay, and then a little bit of the warm grey too. And then a little bit of the raw umber. Little lines here with the very tip. Okay, let's get the black. Just do a couple little beautiful. So this line, hopefully yours looks a bit better than mine, not so great. I might get the white and let's blend it down a little bit. Coral. Okay, onto this side here. Start with the Van Dyke brown. some of the coral. So just really lightly working this in. So then here, so pull this one in a little bit. And then down here, so it goes pretty much all the way into here. Bring it up here. Let's go with the warm grey too. Some lines going this way. Go some of the burnt sienna in here. In here. Burnt raw umber. So I'm just using the very tip, doing some really thin little lines in. Pull this in a bit. This way. And then a little bit of the coral down here. So it has that warm pinky tone. And then let's go a little bit of the Van Dyke brown. So we're going to use the really light bit. raw umber. And then on the outside, warm grey too. Blend it down. Just on the inside, leave the outside because we want some of those white bits sort of coming through. Maybe a little bit of the coral in the middle here. Just really lightly on the inside. Then raw umber, we'll just do a couple of sharp lines coming out. Cold grey too. Raw umber again, really lightly. Okay, more pink. Coral. White. So still same sort of light pressure, blending it down will give it that sort of pastel effect. And then some little lines going over the white. Van Dyke brown. And then some more of the coral. Maybe even a little bit of the cadmium orange. Coral. Alright, and then so we're just going to blend down this white section again. I think it'll help with the sort of blurry look of it. So blend. Let's blend this down. And this. So just going over a couple of times with the water to lighten this up. We can also do a little bit of white. Some little white bits here. Okay, pretty cute. Big batty ears. Just gonna wet this down and try and pull it in. Okay. Okay, so wait for that to dry, and while that's drying, we can do the face. Okay, so we're gonna get started with this fur on the face. So there are a couple of really white sections at the top here, so we're just gonna use the embossing tool to put these in, just to keep a couple really light. So we'll get rid of a bit of that. So just a really sharp point of your embossing tool. So here we've pretty much done these ones. Here. And then it sort of goes down here, all the way up here. We're gonna go off the mouse as well. Like you won't be able to see it very much, but it will just help with the scruffiness. Here. We've sort of done this side already. Maybe just a couple there. Bring a couple of these down a little bit. That'll do. Okay, and then we're gonna go in with a base of the cold grey, warm grey 2, just because we don't want it to be too yellow. And we all know how I feel about the yellow in the, because this is a warm grey 2. In the watercolour, it's just very, very saturating of everything. So we'll just go in the direction of the fur. So it sort of goes this way. I'm just going to change that light. I think that's a little bit better. It was a little bit too, yeah, that's better. It's not as blocking as what it should be. So in the direction, the warm grey 2. And we'll go all the way around here. So remember, this is just a base layer. Up to here. So the nose is here. Erase a bit of this. So I'm just staying out of the white on the cheeks and stuff for now. And we'll just stop here. So we've already got a big area to do. And we'll just stop here where it gets really light on the nose. And then this comes up here. And then this section comes out here. Okay. All right, and then we'll add in some of the burnt ochre. To add in that brown colour. Just really lightly shading, because it's not too orange, but we do want a bit of this orangey colour in there. I think it'll help to bring down the yellow. Up the top. It's a bit darker up here. In between the ears. And then here. In the direction that the fur is going. Okay, then let's go in with some of the burnt sienna. Just above the white section is those little brown bits. So just doing some little fur lines, putting these in the direction that the fur is going and against the direction. My baby monitor going off over the truck going by. And then on this other side is some of this brown as well. Okay, and we do some lines going down here. really, really lightly across here, just to get it a little bit darker. Okay, really sharp point of the pencil, doing some lines going this way and this way. Not going to go too precise right now because we're just sort of doing a base layer. It's going to dilute and go a bit more blurry after we wet it down. So not stressing too much about all of the little details just yet. Okay, and then let's go some of the cold grey too, just in these darker on this right hand side where the nose is in shadow. Up here, over here. Okay, and then Van Dyke Brown. Let's get darker, do some little lines up here. So darker around here. Okay, and then let's go some of the cream in here. And then over here, so we're just doing a really light layer because the cream stresses me out. But I think because we've put down a couple of layers before this, it's going to help it not be as punchy as what it usually is. This is the theory, all right? Okay, and then we can mix in a little bit of the, I'm thinking the cadmium yellow, orange, cadmium orange. So just really lightly on the side, because you don't want it to be really, really, this, you know, the color of the cadmium orange. You just want it to be that bright orangey sort of color mixed with the yellow. A little bit around here, and then maybe we'll add in a little bit more of the cadmium of the burnt ochre, that's what I mean. So it's a lot more browner over here. Okay, and then we will go, I think we'll just wet this down and see how we're going with the colour. And then when we're doing the browner section, we can go in with the Van Dyke brown and stroke it up. Okay, so we're gonna get a watercolour brush. I'm just gonna use a little one, wet it down. In here, and I'm also feeling some coral as well, so once we go back over we can do a little bit of the pinky tone. Okay, I'm liking the colour though. I think we're going alright with the base layer. Just gonna wet this, clean it off, and then push this down a little bit. Let's go in here, just wet this down a little bit. Okay. Cool, I think we have a good base layer. We probably could have gone in a little bit deeper, but I'm just, you know, still a newbie at this sort of thing. So it's better to be a bit cautious and start out slowly. So then I think we'll just put in the nose, which is pretty cute. Nose. So let's go in with the coral. No, with the warm grey too. So like that, and then like that. Here. Here. Like that, so just getting the general outline. Dab, dab, dabby away. And then we'll get the warm grey too and just do a base over the nose. So we're just going to stay out of this very left-hand section where the white is, just to keep it nice and light for now. Coral. So we'll do some in here. And then we'll also do some in here. Just put that pinky reddy hue in there. Here. Okay, and we'll go into this darker section as well. To this darker section. Oh, cute! And then we need to get a little bit darker. So we'll use some of the burnt ochre. Just going to sharpen this one. We'll go a little bit over this section. I think we need a red, like a darker red. The same sort of colour, whoops, in the ear. So maybe we'll just use some of the burnt sienna. Just to keep with this sort of colour. We'll just go in with a little bit more coral. And then here. And then here. So make sure you have a pretty sharp point on your pencil. Go down here, under here. Okay, and then we'll go a little bit of the Van Dyke brown. So just really lightly over here. I'm going to go around the lighter section sort of on the nostril. over again with the coral just to pink it up. And I think, because we're going to put some black in, but I think we'll just wait to do that until after we've blended it, because we don't want to risk smooshing it in. More Van Dyke Brown. Okay, and then we may as well just do this section here. So some of the cold grey, warm grey too. Warm grey too. And then cream. Okay, and then burnt ochre. Okay, so darker here. Cream. Let's go a little bit of the coral. Let's go a little bit raw umber. Okay, let's blend with the water. Really small brush. Make sure it's quite dry. Light here, lighter to darker. And then into the nose, mouth. Just really lightly. And then clean it off a little bit, straight into this darker section. Just using the very tip of the brush. Okay, cute. So we just need to wait for this to dry a little bit. I think I'm going to use some of the warm grey 2 just under the eye here to get a bit darker, create a little bit of a shadow. Okay. Let's go the warm grey 2, and we're just using the very sharp point to put some of these little details in. Darker around here. Okay. So we'll just give this a proper minute to dry. And then we can do another layer. Okay, so now we've waited for this to dry, we can get started getting a bit darker on the face. So what I think we're going to do is go in with a little bit of the coral. See how we feel about that. Just a couple little lines in here, just to help warm it up a little bit. So just some little lines in the direction of the fur. In here it's quite warm. Little lines going up here. Do some shading here. A little bit up the top. Okay. Maybe a little bit more, a little bit of the raw umber. I might just sharpen this one a little bit. So just really little lines here. So this point is pretty sharp, so that's what we need. So you could use a sanding block as well if you don't feel like you're getting it as sharp as you need to. Up here. So I'm just spacing them out pretty far. And then it's more of a browner tone up here. Up here. So flicking them off in the direction of the fur. And just spacing them out pretty far. Really lightly here, and we're just spacing them out. Around here, just blend this down a little bit. Get a bit darker here. Okay, and then let's go in with a little bit of the burnt ochre. Actually, maybe we'll go in with some of the warm grey too. Just get a little bit darker. And then burnt ochre. And then we'll just go over here. And get it a little bit more orange, so just really lightly blending on the side. Darker here. some really little lines here. So then just go closer up to these lines and try and blend them down a little bit so they're not so prominent. So we'll go up closer to this. A little bit darker here, and then it goes down here a little bit, but we haven't really put that in yet. Cool, I'm liking the colour. So now what we need to do is we'll go in at the top here with a little bit more of the warm grey too. And then we'll go some of the let's go the Van Dyke Brown. Gonna make it really, really sharp. And then we'll do some little lines down here. So make sure to just do them really little, really lightly, and space them apart. And okay, and then we'll go into this darker section with the brown, Van Dyke Brown. And just do some little lines flicking off. Up here and then here. So make sure to space them out a lot here. So back into the fur, against the fur. And make sure when you're doing these, do like a couple of strokes and then rotate your pencil so that you're always sort of using the sharpest bit. Let's go the burnt ochre. Then let's go some of the warm grey too up the top here. Blending that down. And then let's go a little bit more of the coral. Let's go really lightly with the Van Dyke brown. Let's go burnt ochre, closer up to here. Warm grey 2. Okay. So what I think we need to do is maybe get a little bit darker with the burnt sienna. Space them out really far using the sharp point. Walnut, raw umber. More lines up here. Okay, and then a bit of the burnt ochre, blend this down. Van Dyke brown. Oops. Okay, some lines up here. Some more lines in here just to help darken this area. Okay, and then we're gonna get the white and go over here. So really spacing them out. So you can see like there are some darker lines. Just try and go in between those with the white, flick it up, and create some of that like overlap. So lighter up here. So blending them out. Okay, cute. Okay, and then let's go back into the nose. So with the coral. And then go some of the Van Dyke brown. Go into the nose. Just really lightly over here. And then darker here, so make sure to use the very sharp tip. I'm gonna go in with the white. go over this. Another coral. I'm going to blend this down with the water. The nose. Where's my little brush? Here it is. So just really, really lightly, just blending it down. I'm trying to make it a little bit smoother because I've got some like darker sort of lines in there. Okay. Warm grey 2. Up to here. Okay, and then cream, sorry. Coral. Burnt ochre, bring this down a little bit. White, blended. Let's go some coral, some lines in here. Okay, cute. So what we can also do is get the white pencil and wet it with the brush. Not too wet, you sort of want it to be pretty thick. Really, really light small tip, and then you can do some little white lines. Just going over these little whiskers. It will just help to show up a little bit better, and add a little bit of dimension. Space them out really far. Okay. And then like you can go in with more Van Dyke Brown really lightly. Really sharp tip. Okay, so now we're just going to move on to this left-hand side of the face. We're going to, I think we'll put in a couple of lines with the embossing tool, even though most of them are pretty dark. So the way we can do this is just make sure it's nice and clean. It's nothing worse than dragging pen across your page. So then we're just going to erase one, use the sharpest tip. We're going to go from here and then go flip. Next to that, going to go ship, like that. And just do one at a time, like don't get too crazy or try and rush it or anything. Just do it really slowly. Dab this away. And then out this way. Also these ones sort of go into the cheek, so it's going to extend them in. Dab this one away. Down here. Down here. Oh, it's so windy here. I don't know if you can hear the wind and the whistling of the wind, but it's crazy today. Around here. There's a couple just down here. Okay, then let's get the warm grey too. And then dab this away. So the mouth goes here, cheek goes here. And then here. And then just really gently here. So I'm making sure like this is pretty blunt at the moment, so I'm just using the sort of bluntest point. Just so that it doesn't go in the embossed lines. We're going to have to go over with some of the black probably, really lightly, to put in those whiskers anyway. Okay, so then This goes out to here, sorry. And then here, we'll do some of the cold grey one. So erase this. Cold grey. So then this cheek goes out like this. Like this. So same thing again, just using the sort of blunt section of the pencil. And we're putting this down just because we want to dull down the cream that we're going to put on. Warm grey too. Here, the cold grey too. Okay, then cream. So same thing again, just really lightly. This is pretty blunt. And go in here as well. Like this. And then we'll get some of the coral. So really lightly on the side, just putting down some of this pink tone. Warm it up a little bit. We'll even get some of the light ultramarine into this section. So just really, really lightly. You don't want it to be a really bright blue colour, you just want it to have a bit of that shadow. Warm grey too. And then let's get some of the burnt ochre. So this is quite sharp, so I'm going to just hold it really lightly on the side. Very, very gently so it doesn't go into the lines. Um, um, So at the very end of these, it's quite like coral pink. So we'll just go really, really lightly at the end of these. Just add in some of that little pink glow. Back in with the cream. Down here again. I'm gonna go with a little bit of the cold grey too, as well. Let's go the burnt sienna. Just really, really lightly in between these lines. Burnt ochre. Go a little bit with the burnt ochre down here. Warm grey too. Cream. Burnt ochre. Okay, we're getting a little bit too crazy about it. Let's just blend it down. The water. Nice and dry, and then rub it off on the side of the glass, and then I'm just going to get rid of it on my hand. So then we can go really, really lightly in between these lines. It kind of doesn't matter if you go into the lines too much because they're mostly dark, so we're going to go over with some of the dark colours anyway, but just try to sort of go around them. Okay, in here. Okay. Okay, and then we'll do this little cheek section. So we'll go the cold grey 2. Really lightly. Warm grey 2. Cream. Let's go some of the coral. Pinky tone. Really lightly on the side. Warm grey 2. And then a little bit more cream, more coral, cold grey 1, 2, cold grey 2. Cream. Okay, let's blend it down. Okay. So let's go over to the other side and we can start to add that in. Alright, so let's get the embossing tool again, same thing. Make sure it's clean. Erase this. There. Let's go here. These whiskers are pretty crazy, so let's move these down. Down here. Down here. Down here. Okay. Let's go in with the warm grey 2. And we'll go just where we can see this brown section. Around here. In the direction that the fur is sort of going. So then it goes sort of out here. Out here, and then down to here. Here we go. Really lightly here, nice base layer over everything. Let's then start to add some cream. So some cream, just where we can see this yellow colour. Okay. Let's go the burnt ochre, just really lightly on the side. Some little lines coming out, just make sure to go in between the embossed lines. Okay, so have a look as you go down from this white bit, the cheeks sort of end here. So you want to pull this all the way down. Okay, and then we'll go some of the burnt sienna really lightly in here. So here, really lightly, and then Van Dyke Brown. Okay, and then we'll go a little bit of the coral in here. Van Dyke Brown, just really lightly. Okay, warm grey 2. Darker over here. Cream. Okay, let's go a little bit of the light ultramarine. Doing the yellow and the blue together will give it a bit of a green tone, which is sort of what's going on in the picture anyway. But just really lightly, it'll help to darken. Alright, let's blend it. So remember wiping it off on your hand or on a bit of paper or fabric. Really lighten it up. Dry it off, I mean. Okay, and then we'll do this bit. So cold grey 1, cold grey 2. Warm grey 2. Warm grey 2 to warm it up a little bit, but we'll leave this section here. It's a bit lighter. Cream. Some of the light ultramarine, really lightly. A little bit of coral. Then let's go more cold grey 2. And then under here we'll do this section 2. Cream. Light ultramarine. Coral. Cream. Let's go warm grey 2. Warm grey 2. Let's blend it down. Make it sure it's nice and dry. blend this down, light first. Okay. Very funny. Little puffy cheeks. So we need to go back into the nose. I think I want to pick a darker, maybe like Venetian red or something like that. Just need to get my case. Okay, so I've been able to pick the Venetian red. We might actually use one of the darker greys as well in these sections under the chin. But we'll do the nose first. So really sharp point up here. Really lightly here. Okay, and then we can get some burnt sienna. And then really, really lightly over. It's like hardly touching the page, really, really lightly. Darkening it up. So cute. Let's get the black. Go really in, just in the very center bit. Same here as well, and then down here, just really lightly, because you sort of want that red to still be coming through. And then let's go some of the Venetian red. Swatch this down. And then really, really lightly like that. And then burnt sienna, black, okay, and then up here Let's just go the cream. It just needs to be blended down a little bit. It's a little bit too light still. And then burnt ochre. Really lightly. Let's go the raw umber. Do some little lines coming up here. Let's blend this down a little bit. Let's go the burnt sienna and do just a little bit here. Let's get the white, blend this down, just make it nice and smooth, lighten it up a little bit. Okay, and then we'll just go back over here. I'm pretty sure it's dry now. Let's go the cold grey too. I might get the warm grey 5 and we'll do a little bit of the cream first. Okay, and then burnt ochre. So just going in between these emboss lines. And then really lightly as you go out. Coral. Warm grey 5. So we're going to try and make sure we're getting the shape correct, and we're just going really, really light. And then up here, so trying to get the shape right. So just really lightly Coral. So really lightly. Let's go the raw umber. Warm grey 5. Swatch that down. Cream. Okay, that's pretty good, but the warm cold grey, oh my god, what am I saying? The warm grey 5 is having a bit of the wax bloom. So just gonna wet this down a little bit and smooth it out. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is clean that off with the water, wet it again, brush it off, and then we're just going to extend this out, so like get the right shape. So you're just pushing this over. Okay, and then some of this pink we could just blend down a little bit. Make it a little bit fluffier. And then same here as well. Let's blend that down a little bit, make it a little bit fluffier, a bit more blended in. Okay, and then we'll wait for that to dry. So it sort of goes down here. Just wait for it to dry a bit more. And then we'll go over here. I think this is dry too. Burnt ochre. About here. Okay, cream. So the sun's coming through. I'm gonna have to put my blind down in a minute. Here. Okay, warm grey 5 goes under here and then comes out here. Really lightly. Warm grey 2. Cream. Warm grey 2. Okay, here. Cream. Up here, coral. Warm grey 5. Okay, warm grey 2 up here. Cream. Cold grey, warm grey 2. Let's get the burnt ochre up here. Oh my god, that dog. Light ultramarine. Down here. Okay, it's looking pretty cute. Let's go with the white. Blendy, blendy. Let's go the burnt ochre. Van Dyke brown. Cream. So then we're just gonna wet this bottom section down. Really gently blend that down. Okay. So I think it's time to put in some whiskers. Ooh. I think we'll go with the Van Dyke brown, just because we can always get darker if we need to. So we're going to make sure it's a really sharp point. Mine's pretty sharp at the moment, so I think I'm good. And then we're just going to start at the top and move our way down. Goodness. So start at the top here. So we don't want to go too far up. We just want to go over this bit. So it starts like here. Like that. And maybe we'll just go really fine like that. How does that look? All right. And then, so we're just sort of following the embossed lines that we can see. And what you can also do is just erase it a little bit if you think it's too dark. Not really on there. You might need to like do a couple and then sharpen again. So this is here. It goes out there. Just really take your time. Sharpen again. That's better. And then here. Oh, that was terrible. This way. That's a bit sharper. Oh, that's a bit better. And then lighter. So what you could do, I will fix it at the end. Next one. So here. And then it's a bit hard because I'm trying to like keep my page in the same place. But you can always spin your page around if you need to. And then mine are sort of on top of each other, which is not ideal. And then there's just some lighter ones there, so maybe we'll get the warm grey too, cold grey too, and just do a little, just so you can kind of see it. Oh, they're pretty messy. That's okay. So erase a little bit. So there's like a little bit here that went awry. So what you can do is wet down your brush, dry it off so it's really dry, and then just go over it a couple of times and it'll eventually sort of come up. It's a good thing about the the watercolors. The more water you put down, the more it will dilute it and move it around. Okay. Cute. So wet it down a little bit. All right. Okay. And then it's just this bit under here needs a blending. I think it's dry now. So we'll get the warm grey too. I'm going to sharpen it. Darker in here. So I'm using a pretty hard pressure. And then warm grey 5. Just going to sharpen this. And then white, go the white around here. And then here, warm grey 2. Okay, and then this, need to bring this down a little bit. Let's go warm grey 2. Coral. Black. White. warm grey 2. Okay, and then we'll do the whiskers over this side. The Van Dyke Brown. Just moving it over a bit. Ready this way, and then up here. And then here. Down here. Really lightly. Some darker bits here. Okay, and then up here, this way. I'm going to get the white, sharpen this, and just to see what, well, you can't really see it very much, just break it up a little bit. Let's go the warm grey 2. Lighter bits down here. I'm going to get the brush and the water. and just try to pull this lip down a little bit. And then we'll just wait for that to dry. Okay, so I need to close the window as the sun's coming in. So windy today. But this is where we're at. Looks pretty cute. And we'll just wait for that to dry, then we can fix it, but then now we can just move on to the body. Which will be fun. Alright, so I think we'll go in and just do this left-hand arm first. So let's go in with maybe the Venetian red, because it's a little bit red here. And we'll put down the darkest sort of sections. Here. And then here. Here. Things like this, and then let's get the cold grey too. So flick these bits out around here. And let's go over here with the warm grey too. Just do a nice base layer. Cold grey too. So really lightly, one really light layer over here. Cream. All the way around here. Let's go with the burnt ochre. Here. some lines up here, and then really lightly on the edge here. Let's go the burnt sienna. Let's go the coral. In here as well. So cream. Burnt ochre. So let's go over this really lightly just to give it a bit more of colour. Okay, and then let's go with the Venetian red, and then here really lightly sort of either side of the fingers, keeping the top bit light. Up here. Burnt sienna, darker here, burnt sienna, the burnt ochre. Van Dyke brown. Cream. cold grey 2. Let's get darker here. And then some of the raw umber, the Van Dyke brown. It's making up colours now. So let's get darker. Okay, and then coral. Venetian red. Okay. So, Van Dyke brown. So there is like darker sections in here where we need to go a little bit black, but we're going to do that after we blend. Okay, let's blend. It's one little pour. A bit darker in here. Darker in here. Okay, let's do this other little pour. Okay, let's do the other side. So Venetian red again. Here. Here. Okay, let's go the cold grey too, base layer. Warm grey too. Let's get rid of a bit of this. Okay, and then let's go the cream through the middle. We might just put it everywhere on this fur. Burnt ochre. Really lightly through the middle. And here. Darker down the bottom. Let's go the burnt sienna. Lines going up into the lighter section. Darker up here. Burnt ochre. Okay, let's do a little bit of coral. Let's go in a bit of the coral in here. Let's go Van Dyke brown. Okay, and then the cream. Some Van Dyke Brown, a little bit more cold grey too. And then we're going to blend this down. So let's blend this arm. So go through the middle where it's sort of the lightest to start with. Okay, and then this little hand. Alright, cute. Pretty rough, but that's okay. So let's go the cold grey 2 and do the base layer in here. Okay, so then we need to get a little bit bluer with the light ultramarine. So just really lightly on the side. Here. Cream. under here. Let's go again with the cold grey too. Darker in here. Let's go in with some more of the blue. Cream. Okay, let's blend this. Okay, more. Oh my God. Just kick that dog out. So as we get darker down the bottom, just be careful not to try and pull the orange into this white section. Okay, cute, got a good base layer going on. So now we'll wait for that to dry and we can move on to the rest of the body. It's very cute.